something is coming.
I can feel it.
In 3,
2,
1.
I've seen my future. Let me show you yours.
Boom! There it is.
It's a win-win.
we're all here.
I'm something different.
I got a good feeling about this.
Having any fun yet?
Alright, I am gonna start up here in probably like 3 or 4 minutes. I've got a new type of stream that I'm gonna try doing today. I don't know if anyone's ever done something like this where they pull up a iceberg meme and then research it while they're live on stream. I know that they do a lot of iceberg videos on YouTube, but I've never seen anyone do something like this on stream, so if you have heard of someone doing this on stream, let me know, but I might be doing something new. Probably not, though. I feel like this is something that I could see someone doing. Alright, I'll be back in a little bit. how's it going? Let's get into this stream, I guess. I'll turn off the music. Here we go. So today I'm going to do a stream where I'm just researching all of the stuff. I mean, a lot of the first ones that I on the first level of the iceberg I already know, so I can probably tell you what they are right at the beginning, but I'll also look those up too to get like more of an in-depth like definition of them. And then the further we go, the more I'm probably gonna have to look into them, you know. But yeah, so we're gonna start off here. It starts like with capitalism, socialism, classical liberalism, autocracy, democracy, you know, all the basics. Patriarchy. Cringe, bro. Fucking that the patriarchy is actually real base, but feminism, pretty fucking cringe, dog. I wonder if they have matriarchy somewhere on this list. That's basically what feminism is. Let's be honest. They like to say that it's for equality, but nah, it would be matriarchy for sure. But all right. I guess let's just get right into it. Capitalism. I mean, capitalism, that's pretty self-explanatory. It's just about that you, it's based off of the search for capital, like trying to, it's what we live in basically right now, at least if you live in America or like most Western countries. I would say some other ones are closer to like a social democracy, but they're all based in capitalism. So let's look up capitalism. Oh, what the hell? Capitalism. Capitalism, an economic and political system in which a country trades and industry are controlled by private owners of profit or for profit. Yeah. What is capitalism? Free markets may not be perfect, but they are probably the best way to organize an economy. Very true. Very true. I mean, any other way of organizing an economy just doesn't make that much sense. I understand protections against against like some things in capitalism, but like any other system that's not based in capitalism, I don't think really works. Doesn't really hold weight in my opinion. And there's no like places that really have shown that any other system can work that well, you know. So capitalism is often thought as an economic system in which a private actor owns and controls property in a Am I yeah, I am streaming the Where was I? In accord with their interests, and demand and supply freely set prices in markets in a way that can serve the best interests of society. Yeah, that's called the invisible hand of the free market. That's like John Locke, you know. So a lot of capitalism is based in liberal theory, you know, but I don't agree with like neoliberalism. I think that there's like protectionism, I think, is a good thing. The essential features of capitalism is the move to make profit as Adam Smith is actually the one who had the free hand of the market, the invisible free hand of the market. Yeah, not John Locke. I don't know what the hell I was talking about. The 18th century philosopher and father of modern economics said, "It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from the regard to their own interests." Very true, very true. Yeah, I mean, it's not like you get fed by these people because they just want to feed you. It's because they're trying to make a profit, which I think can be a good thing. Both parties to a voluntary exchange transaction have their own interest in the outcome, but neither can obtain what he or she wants without addressing what the other wants. It is this rational self-interest that can lead to economic prosperity. In a capitalist economy, capital assets such as factory, mines, and railroads can be privately owned and controlled. Labor is purchased for money wages. Capital gains accrue to private owners, and prices allocate capital and labor between completing use. So yeah, it's supply and demand. It's trying to balance how much someone wants and how much someone will be willing to give it away for, and how much someone's willing to pay for that service or thing. Although some forms of capitalism is the basis for nearly all economics today, for much of the past century, it was but one of the two major approaches to economic organization. In the other, socialism, the state owns the means of production, and the state-owned enterprise seeks to maximize social good rather than profits. Yeah, that just doesn't work, because who controls the price and regulation, and who controls who gets what? It really doesn't make that much sense. Pillars of capitalism. Capitalism is found on the following pillars: private property, which allows people to own tangible assets such as land and houses, and intangible assets such as stocks and bonds. Self-interest, through which people act in pursuit of their own good without regard for socio-political pressure. Nonetheless, these uncoordinated individuals end up benefiting socially, as if the words of Smith, 1776, Wealth of Nations, they were guided by an invisible hand. Yep, that's what I was talking about. It was Smith, not Locke, who said that. I don't know why I thought it was Locke, but competition. Through firms, freedom to enter and exit markets maximize social welfare, that is, the joint welfare of both producers and consumers. All right, I think that everyone understands capitalism. We don't need to keep going on with this. And socialism, that's where the government takes over capital, trying to make it more equal, which they don't, obviously. But socialism's end is to become a communist country where there is no government, there is no money, so that's what they try to make, but it's fake. You can't have a true communist country. Let's look up socialism. Socialism. All right. which one should we do? Here, we'll read this. A political and economic theory of social organization which advocates the means of production, distribution, and exchange should be owned or regulated by the community as a whole. Yeah, I was going to say that a lot of socialists don't say that it's owned by the government, which it is, but they say that it's owned by the people, you know, which is just stupid. Let's Socialism is both an economic system and an ideology. A socialist economy features social rather than private ownership of the means of production. It also typically organizes economics actively through planning rather than market force and gears production towards needs sufficient rather than profit accumulation. Socialist ideology asserts the moral and economic superiority of an economy with these features, especially as compared with capitalism. More specifically, socialists typically argue that capitalism undermines democracy. Yeah, technically. I mean, if you were to have a truly democratic system, I mean, what's stopping the people from voting to take all of one person's money and then put it into, like, spread it out between themselves, which that is one reason why democracy is fucking cringe, bro. Distributes opportunities and resources unfairly and violates community. Stunning self-realization and human development. Socialism by democratizing, humanizing, and rationalizing economic relations largely eliminates these problems. No, it doesn't. It does not eliminate those problems. This is probably some fucking lib fucking site right here. All right, we're done with that one. That one's easy, obviously. Classical liberalism. Classical liberalism is like kind of what America was founded on, like the principles of John Locke, like the pursuit of I wonder if I have a John Locke book here. I don't think I do. But so I think that what's his name? Why can't I think of Thomas Jefferson, when he wrote the Declaration of Independence, he changed the saying from pursuit of property to pursuit of happiness. Let me look it up. Actually, I'll look it up on here so that you guys can see. Yeah. Oh, I put a U instead of a... Yeah, see, so John Locke argued in two treatises of government that political society exists for the sake of protecting property, which he defined as life, liberty, and estate. Pursuit of Thomas Jefferson in the Declaration of Independence changed it from the pursuit of property to the pursuit of happiness. Pursuit of happiness. Yeah. By replacing property... Oh, it was Mason. Jefferson... With Mason. Jefferson was making an... Natural rights prediction found in the document. Yeah. Yeah, so in the Declaration of Independence, he changed it from pursuit of property to pursuit of happiness, which, I mean, I don't really understand why he did that. Maybe because he just wanted to make it his own, but I feel like the pursuit of property honestly makes more sense than the pursuit of happiness, even though I'm not a big John Locke fan. I feel like the pursuit of happiness can be abstracted into so many different ways that it just loses its meaning, you know? But here we go. Now let's look up classical liberalism. Ooh. Oh, I forgot to put 2 S's. Classical liberalism. Classical liberalism is a political tradition and a branch of liberalism which advocates free market and laissez-faire economics and civil liberties under the rule of law, with special emphasis on individual autonomy, limited government, economic freedom, political freedom, and freedom of speech. Yeah, let's look up the founder, because I'm fairly sure it's going to say Locke, but founder. Yeah, John Locke. I guess John Locke is one of the founders. Thomas Matthews, yeah. David, I don't know David Ricardo. Maybe I do, but I haven't read any of his books or anything. All right. Let's look at the next one. Autocracy. Autocracy is where a small group of individuals rules over the majority. So we'll look up autocracy. There's not really going to be a founder of autocracy, but we could find out who came up with the word autocracy. Autocracy. A system of government by one person with absolute power. I guess autocracy, one person. That actually makes sense. Auto, you know. Single. That's pretty easy. Easy definition. Let's see if we can find out who autocracy's founder is. Laxman Vol Acte. I don't know how the hell to pronounce that. Yeah, so he's probably just the one who like characterized and like defined it. All right. Let's go to the next one. I think that it was democracy, but I'll see. I would assume that they would put democracy after autocracy. Yeah, democracy. Everyone understands democracy. Everyone gets what it is. I mean, democracy, I'm not the biggest fan of, at least full democracy. Even like what we have here, which is a constitutional republic, which votes in democratic like representatives. I don't think that that's the best system that we could have. I actually just finished reading, or I guess not reading this book, but I listened to the book. It's by Hans Hermann Hoppe, and it's called Democracy, the God That Fails, and he really goes in deep about why democracy is not that great. Oh, look. Right there. Democracy, the God that failed. Democracy. A system of government by the whole population or an elite or the eligible members of the state, typically through elected representatives. Yeah. Let's see who the founder is. I think that it's from Greece. I think it's Democritus or something. His name starts with democracy, basically. I do think that it's funny in the movie. Oh, what? Cilicians. It was in Athens, so yeah. The father of Athenian democracy. Kind of want to watch a video on him. You guys want to do that? We can watch a video on him. Let's just see what he's about. Because I have not heard of him, actually, which is crazy to me. We'll just watch a little bit of this video since it's 16 minutes.
And what did he do during his
Cleisthenes.
lifetime for his name to be remembered among those of the greatest Greeks and the most influential figures in human history?
This guy's boring.
Considered by historians to be the true father of classic Greek democracy, Cleisthenes was born in the year 570 BCE. He was the son of Megacles, the leader of the party of the coastmen during the years of Solon, and an opponent and sometimes ally of Pisistratus, the infamous Greek tyrant who
I'm
ruled
gonna go
Athens
grab
from
my
546
robes real
BCE until his death in 527 BCE, and who passed on his tyrannical powers to his sons, who ruled until the year 510 BCE, until they were finally defeated at the hands of Cleisthenes. I'm General Elias, and this is Historicity, a channel in which we keep a record of the constant call time, the good and the bad, in hopes of learning to not repeat the mistakes of the past. Little is known about his early life, but we do know that in 546 BCE, his father Megacles and his clan, the Alcmeonids, including a 25-year-old Cleisthenes, were expelled from Attica by Pisistratus for 20 years. It is believed that after Pisistratus died in the year 527 BCE, his son Hippias tried to consolidate his power by welcoming back those nobles that had been expelled by his father, among them Cleisthenes and his clan. But of his father, Megacles, nothing more is ever heard of, making it quite possible that he died in his years in exile. Upon his return to Athens and public life, Cleisthenes managed to climb the social ranks in less than a year and became chief archon by the year 526 BCE with the favor of his new king.
I mean, back then I understand why they would have came up with democracy, but now after it's been going through its ways, you just can see how it leads to
and number three,
like a tyrannical
number of loyal
tyranny.
followers
It leads to tyranny. Every single like dictatorship has started as a democracy.
Solon still had in ancient Athens. Over time, however, the alliance with the tyrant wore out. And in 514
right
BCE,
after the French Revolution, fucking Napoleon basically
Hippias
just became a dictator
became
right afterwards.
Repressive and tyrannical
America, though, did put a lot of like checks to make sure that that didn't happen in their constitution, and that's why America has stood good for a really long time. But it's turning into like it's turning into a very tyrannical government as of recently, in my opinion.
With the help of Cleomenes I of Sparta, Cleisthenes marched into Athens in the year 510 BCE and trapped Hippias in the Acropolis.
In the book,
for him to guarantee that Hippias would abandon power.
All right, I don't feel like watching this anymore. But in the book, Democracy, the God That Failed by Hans Hermann Hoppe, he actually explains pretty well how a monarchy actually is way more free than a democracy. I don't feel like getting into the roots of it right now, but if you guys want to, you should read that book or listen to it on Audible, which is what I did. I actually did that yesterday, listened to the whole thing on Audible while I was working, pouring concrete. All right. Now, let's go on to the next one. Nationalism. Nationalism, that is where it's very strong boundaries on your nation. I think that if you were to look up who the founder of nationalism is, I think that it would be Edmund Burke. I would assume he's also the founder of conservatism. He wrote the first book that is like the philosophy of conservatism, which is it was actually just a letter to one of his friends, and it's called The Reflections of the Revolution of France, or Reflections of the French Revolution. I don't know. It was what's it called? I actually have it here. Somewhere in here. Right here. See, I got it right here. This is a book that has two books in it. So it has The Conservative View right here by Edmund Burke, which is Reflections on the Revolution in France. And then the next book, the second book in this book, I guess, is The Rights of Man by Thomas Paine, which I would say you should read. The Reflections on the Revolution in France. It's a very good read. But let's look it up, see what the internet has to say about nationalism. I think nationalism is a good thing, in my opinion. Nationalism. Let's just go enter. Identification with one's own nation and support for the interest, especially to the exclusion or detriment of the interest of other nations. Yes. I don't know if it would be exactly the detriment of other nations, but definitely exclusion of other nations. It's very protectionist, which I think is a good thing. Oh, what the fuck did I just allow? I meant to say do not allow, but here, let's I've always been told not to use Wikipedia as for research. That's what they always tell you in high school. Nationalism, ideology based on the premise that the individual loyalty and devotion to the nation state surpasses other individuals or group interests. I don't know if it surpasses individual interests, but it definitely surpasses other group interests, for sure. This article discusses the origin and history of nationalism to the 1980s for later development in history of nationalism. 20th century modern nature of nationalism. Nationalism in its modern movement through history, people have been attached to their nation's soil, to the traditions of their parents, and to established territorial authorities. But it was not until the end of the 18th century that nationalism began to be a generally recognized statement, molding public and private life, and one of the great, if not greatest, simple determining factors of modern history. Because of its dynamic vitality, it is all and its all-pervading character. Nationalism is often thought to be very old. Sometimes it is mistakenly regarded as a permanent factor in political behavior. Actually, the American and French revolutions may be regarded as its first powerful manifestations. I mean, yeah, Edmund Burke did really support the American Revolution. He did not support the French Revolution, though. He thought that they bitched too much, which they did. The French Revolution was a terrible thing, honestly. Why is this glitching so hard? I don't like it. Huh. All right. Where was I? Because of its dynamic vitality and its yeah, I already read this. All right, after penetrating the new countries of Latin America, it spread in the early 19th century to Central Europe, and from there towards the middle of the century to Eastern and Southeastern Europe. At the beginning of the 20th century, nationalism flowered in Asia and Africa. Thus, the 19th century had been called the Age of Nationalism in Europe, while the 20th century witnessed the rise and struggles of powerful nations, movements through Asia and Africa. A lot of people blame nationalism on World War II, which I don't think that it was exactly. All right, we're done here. Let's see who the founder is, because I'm fairly sure that it's going to say Edmund Burke, but it might say someone else. Jonah Gottfried Hender. I don't know who that is. Prussian scholar. Copy, huh? I thought that it was going to be Edmund Burke. That's pretty crazy. Let's look him up. Paste. We don't need nationalism in there. Enter. Damn, we lost one viewer already. I might buy one of these books and read it. Man, they're all in a different language, I don't feel like. Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy that book and read it later on. Here we go. Let's go to the next one. Globalism. Globalism would be kind of hard to define for me. I mean, it's basically where you want all of the globe to be united and be like free trading. I mean, extreme versions of globalism would be where you want one government. I mean, I would say that like the UN is definitely a form of globalism. Globalism. I wonder what it would say the founder of globalism is. The operation or planning of economic and foreign policy on a global basis. Yeah, so definitely like the UN would be. Globalism probably like first started after World War II. That's when it really kicked into gear, I would say. Globalism. Holy shit. How many pages is this PDF? Oh, only 15? I don't know if I want to read the whole 15. I can't even read that. My eyes are straining. The standard definition of globalism, which first entered English usage in 1943, see? Yep. Right around World War II, right around the end of World War II. Fucking knew it. Emphasize the term's long history in the language that methodologists and economics and politics. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, globalism is the brief theory or practice of adopting or pursuing a political course, economic system, etc., based on global rather than national principles, an outlook that reflects an awareness of global scale issue or implications, the fact or process of large business organizations operating and having an influence on a world scale, globalization, the ongoing contemporary relevance of this concept is ensured by ever-growing interconnectedness of cultures through international trade, diplomacy, and tourism, population, migration, and war. These current phenomena have in turn directed the perspective that scholars today cast upon the medieval past. Yeah. So globalism is basically just that they're trying to make it so that all countries work together in a pursuit of global a global economic system. Let's see who the founder would be. Theodore Lativ, a former professor by the Harvard Business School, created which continued the term globalization, which championed the. Let's look this guy up. Copy. Paste. Oh. German American. He looks like he's Jewish for sure. He probably is, bro. Let's look up his ethnicity, see if he's Jewish, because he looks Jewish. Let's see. Yep. Knew it. I fucking knew it. The Jews are trying to make globalism a thing. All right. Now, neoliberalism. That one's kind of hard to explain. Neoliberalism is kind of what we live in right now. It was founded by Friedrich Hayek. Hayek, I think, is it how do you pronounce it? Friedrich Hayek. Here. Neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is all right. We don't want to read that. What is neoliberalism? Neoliberalism is a political model that encompasses both political and economics. It favors private enterprise and seeks to transfer the control of economic factors from the government to private sectors. Many neoliberal political concerns the function of free market capitalism on focus on limiting government spending, government regulation, and public ownership. I mean, I believe in stuff like that when it's in a nation, but this is trying to do it at a global scale, which I think doesn't really work because a lot of other countries aren't like us, you know. You can't really do something at a global scale when everyone's so different. Many neoliberal neopolitics concern the effective functions of free market capitalism. I already read that. Neoliberalism is often associated with the leadership of Margaret Thatcher, the Prime Minister of the UK from 1979 to 1990, leader of the Conservative Party from the 1970s, and Ronald Reagan. Yep, it was definitely pushed by Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. And then, but let's find out who the founder of it was, because I'm fairly sure. It's the guy who wrote The Road to Serfdom. Yep. Friedrich Hayek. And Milton Friedman. Karl Popper. Yeah. Ludwig von Mises. Yep. All those guys. But the main one who most people contribute to is Friedrich Hayek. He's the one who wrote The Road to Serfdom, I'm fairly sure. Yep. He's got a crazy mustache. Not as crazy as Friedrich Nietzsche, though. Both of them got nice mustaches, though. All right, let's look up The next one, progressivism. Is this talking about progressivism in its original state right now, or progressivism like before? Because there's two different ways that you could look at progressivism. Because progressivism back in the day is like way different than what it is now. Oh, I forgot to put an R right there. Progressivism. Here we go. That, I don't want to read that. That looks real hard to read. All right. Progressivism. In the United States, political and social reform movement that brought major changes to American politics and government during the first 2 decades of the 20th century. Historical context. Progressivism reformers made the first comprehensive effort with the American context to addressing the problem that arose with the emergence of a modern urban and industrial society. The U.S. population nearly doubled between 1870 and 1900. Urbanization and immigration increased at a rapid rate, and they're accompanied by a shift from local small-scale manufacturing and commercial to large-scale factory production and colonial nation corruption. Technological breakthrough and frenzied search for new markets and sources of capital cause unprecedented economic growth from 1863 to 1899. Manufacturing production rose by more than 800%, but the dynamic growth also generated profound economic and social ills that changed the decentralized from the Republican government that characterized the United States. Yet, I'm fairly sure that progressivism started from a bunch of people breaking off from the Republican Party back in the day. The progressive movement accommodated a diverse array of reforms. Republican office. Oh, man, I just said this. Officials, office holders, disaffected Democrats, journalists, academics, social workers, and other activists who formed new organizations and instilled. Let's see what modern progressivism is, because this is talking about old progressivism. Let's type in modern. I'll read this right here. Progressivism holds that it's possible to improve human society through political reform. As a political movement, progressivism seeks to advance the human condition through social reform based on purported advancement in science, technology, economic development, and social organization. Adherents to hold the progressivism that universal application and endure the spread this idea to human society everywhere. Progressivism arose during the Age of Enlightenment out of the belief that Civility in Europe was improving due to the application of new empirical knowledge to the governments of society. In modern political discord, progressivism gets often associated with social liberalism. Yeah, that's what I was more thinking that they were meaning by this. A left-leaning type of liberalism, in contrast to the right-leaning neoliberalism, combining support for a mixed economy with cultural liberalism. Cultural progressivism. Yeah, there's just a bunch of different forms of progressivism. But I assume that that one is talking about, like, the leftists. All right, let's look at the next one. Conservatism. There we go. Conservatism. Now, there's two ways that you can think of conservatism, in my opinion. Conservatism could either be trying to keep the status quo, which I think that a lot of people think of it that way, or the way that I feel that it more suits how a lot of conservatives feel nowadays would be trying to conserve the natural order, trying to conserve natural rule, you know. And that is what I think is right. Not conserving just whatever is going on at that moment. I think that that's pretty fucking stupid. But trying to conserve natural order or natural rule, which is God's rule, is probably the best way to describe what conservatism is. What do you think?
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
exactly my thoughts, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what the internet's going to say, because it's probably going to say something different than what I said, but that's just what I believe that conservatism is. Oh.
Kiss.
Love you. Commitment to traditional values and ideas with opposition to change or innovation. Yes and no. I guess, yeah, commitment to traditional values is definitely what conservatism would be. Innovation, probably not. There's a lot of people who would call themselves conservative who I believe in innovation. But if you read what the hell is it called? Industrial Society and Its Future, which is also known as the Unabomber's Manifesto, he points out the hypocrisy of trying to innovate technology and keep technology going, and the ability to conserve like social values. Because if you keep technology going, obviously it's going to change the way that people act and behave. So he points out the hypocrisy of like Reagan and people like that who want to keep innovation going but also consider themselves social conservatives, which I think is a pretty good like evaluation of it. It makes sense. A lot of things that Ted Kaczynski said made sense. I mean, him sending a bunch of bombs didn't really make sense, because how the fuck is that gonna stop industrial society and like the Industrial Revolution? But like, one man sending bombs isn't gonna start a revolution against industrial society. But I mean, he was a genius. Maybe I'm wrong. All right, let's go on to the next. Actually, let's see who the founder is. I was right. Edmund Burke, right here. This was considered the first book of conservatism, like the philosophy of conservatism. It's a good read. You should try reading it. It originally wasn't a book. He didn't write it to publish. He just wrote to a friend about his thoughts on the French Revolution, and then other people published it into a book. Definitely a smart man, though. What's the next one? Here we go. Feminism. I wonder what the internet's going to say about feminism. I could tell you my thoughts on feminism. I could get banned from YouTube for that, but feminism is fucking cringe. Everyone knows it. Everyone who sees what's happening to the world right now knows that it's due to feminism. Like, why the fuck did they decide to do that in the 1920s, bro? Why did they do the 19th Amendment, bro? The world would be so much better if the 19th Amendment just never happened. Personal opinion. Correct personal opinion, though. If you look at most everything that's wrong in society nowadays, I think that you could look back and it all leads back to feminism, in my opinion. Maybe not all of it, but a lot of it. Especially like the social disorder that we have nowadays. Maybe not some economic things, but a lot of social factors. I think you could push back to feminism. Maybe not also racial conflict either. That's something that I don't think that you could push back to feminism. But everything else. Feminism. Alright. The dictionary, what is this dictionary site? It is, I don't know, Oxford Dictionary. The advocacy for women's rights on the basis of equality of the sexes. Yeah. But in reality, I think that most feminists nowadays are more matriarchs than they are trying to get equality. Which is just unnatural. Patriarchy is natural. It's been the way the world has been since the beginning of time. That's how it is. And I know, oh, you can't, that's a fallacy. Oh, you can't say that just because it's natural that it's right. That's a fallacy. Well, I feel like when you use that, the way that like the appeal to nature fallacy, I feel like is more of a way of saying, well, just because it happens in nature doesn't mean that it's right. So like if bunnies kill their kids, that doesn't mean that it's right or moral. But when you're talking about like natural things of like the way humans form their society, the natural way that they do that, I do think that that is right. Now, if you just like point at stuff that animals do and say, well, because they do it, it makes it right, then yeah, that's fucking stupid. But the appeal to nature fallacy, I think, is more that than like, oh, humans naturally organize this way. And that, you get what I'm saying? Maybe I'm just going on a rant right now, but I feel like I'm cooking, okay? Let's see. What is feminism? You know that a lot of women didn't want the right to vote when they were first given the right to vote? They actually protested it. And that was because with the right to vote also came the possibility that you were to get drafted. And women didn't want that responsibility of getting drafted. So they So they took that off of the deal with women. They were like, all right, men are still the only ones who are going to get drafted, but women have also the right to vote. So women now actually have more rights and more stuff helping them out than men do, in my opinion, especially through the law, for sure. There's so many things that you can point out that women just have it better than men in accordance to the law. What is feminism? Oh, a proud feminist organization. Ooh, you can tell that this is going to be cringe right off the bat. We exist to advocate and protect the rights and the rights of diverse women and girls. Our vision is general equality for all, and we're working towards this through our program partnership. This isn't what is feminism. So what does feminism mean to us? To us, it is about respecting diverse women's expression, identities, knowledge, and strengths, striving to empower all women, and dude, this is so fucking cringe. What the fuck? To release their full rights. It's about leaving the playing field between genders and assuring the diverse women and girls have same opportunities in life attainable to boys and men. Cringe, bro, cringe. All right. I wonder who the founder is. Mary Wollstonecraft. Mary Wollstonecraft. Sounds like a bitch. I wonder where she's from. Seems like a thing that that she would be American, but maybe not. I don't know. We're done with this. I've said enough on feminism. All right, patriarchy. Based? Patriarchy is based, bro? I guarantee that most of the stuff on the internet that's going to talk about patriarchy is going to be super cringe, though. It's going to be like, it's evil. Oh, men are trying to control our bodies. You don't respect us. No. We're just stopping you from doing dumb shit. Which seems to be a thing that you guys do a lot. Sorry to say. Men do it too, but men can self-govern themselves pretty well. Women are just like, yes, you go, queen. You do whatever you want. Yeah, bitch. Yeah. It's like, chill out, ladies. Chill the fuck out. All right, patriarchy. A system of society or government in which the father or eldest male is head of the family and descent in traditional in what the fuck, I can't see that, is traced through the male line. Based. What is patriarchy? Patriarchy is a form of mental, social, spiritual, economic, and political organization, structuring and social production by the... Alright, let's go and click onto this. I can't just read that. I didn't... It's a PDF.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Whoa.
Gabby just got picked up. But
Oh, really?
yeah, but look at our variation in color of our eggs.
Oh, yeah. You don't have one of the white ones, though. We have some white eggs, too.
Nobody cares about those ones.
I care about whites.
Not eggs.
Nobody, you know. Nobody cares about the whites anymore.
Eggs.
I know, that's just from South Park. The concept of patriarchy itself is not a contribution of feminism theories. Many social scientists in the 19th century wrote about it as a more civilized or complex form of organization compared to the primitive matriarchies. Fucking based, bro. Although primitive matriarchies, I don't think that there was fucking primitive matriarchies, bro. What the fuck? When the fuck was there? There's like barely any matriarchies. Engels referred to it as the earliest system of domination, establishing that patriarchy is the world historical defeat of the female sex. In this sense, it is said that patriarchy was a form of political organization that distributed power equally between men and women to the detriment of women. What? The Royal Academy of the Spanish Language Dictionary defines patriarchy as a primitive social organization in which authority is exerted by a male head of the family, extending this power even to the distant relatives of the same lineage. Based? I've got to look this up. Primitive matriarchies. Matriarchy in ancient the clan or tribe. When the fuck? Let's look at the 5 matriarchal societies through history. Kush. The Nubians have an unusual high number of ruling queens, especially during the golden age of matriarchal kingdoms. Right, the role of women nobility outside the queen. Yeah, cringe. In 2015, oh wow. In 2015, photographer Pierre Del Valmore documented images of South Asian tribes of today where gender equality surpasses the West and women share the power. One of the societies he captured on film was Palawan Society, a non-hierarchical community in the Philippines where men and women have been historically equal. Okay. But like you see, if you look at all these are like failed societies. All right. I think we got enough of patriarchy. It's basically just this feminist term, in my opinion, where It's like, oh, males are trying to control our bodies. Oh my goodness. Fuck off, bro. Let's look at the next one. Environmentalism. That's just like trying to protect the environment. I mean, pretty simple. Environmentalism. Let's look into it. It's just trying to protect there's lots of different forms of environmentalism. Like Teddy Roosevelt, you could say, was an environmentalist. Concern about the action aimed to protect the environment. Yeah. The theory that environment as opposed to heredity has the primary influence on the development of a person or group. Okay, that's a different term. Environmentalism. Political and ethical movement that seeks to improve and protect the quality of nature environment through changes to environmentally harmful human activities. Through the adoption of forms of political, economic, and social organizations that are thought to be necessary for, or at least conducive to, the treatment of the environment by humans. I mean, I do agree with some environmental causes, like throw your fucking trash away. Recycling, though, doesn't really do much. It's still bad for the environment. There's a lot of things that we could do. The amount of packaging that's in all of our shit that we get shipped to us is crazy to me. Like, you open up one box from Amazon and it's more packaging than the actual product, which is annoying. Why the fuck do I gotta throw all this stuff away? Why are we wasting all that? Polluting, just, So there is some stuff that I think is stupid. But also, if they didn't have that much packaging, a lot of our packages would be broken by the time they got to us. So, give and a take. Communism. Marx. Communism. A political theory derived from Karl Marx, advocating class war and leading to society in which all property is publicly owned, and each person works and is paid according to their ability, according to their need. Yeah, that's a stupid thought. It sounds good. But when you actually start to think about it, it's like, who decides what your ability is and what your need is? It doesn't really work when you actually think about it. Communism is just some utopia that's never going to happen. And every single time that someone tries to enact communism, it ends up failing and killing a lot of people. And restricting your freedoms, it just is a terrible way to govern. Communism. Political and economic doctrine that aims to replace private property and a profit-based economy with public ownership and communal control of it. At least the major meaning of production. or at least the major means of production, sorry, and the natural resource of society. Communism is thus a form of socialism, a higher and more advanced form, according to its advocates. Exactly how communism differs from socialism has long been a matter of debate, but the distinguish Are you watching my stream right now? You are. I can hear it. Exactly how communism differs from socialism has been a matter of debate, but this distinction rests largely on communist adherence to the revolutionary socialism of Karl Marx. Yeah, so communism basically is what the ends to socialism. So socialism is how they plan on starting how they plan on starting it, and then communism is the ends to that, basically. All right, let's go to the next one. Fascism. Fascism is kind of hard to explain. Fascism was originally founded by Mussolini, Oh, my girlfriend must have finished her zucchini bread. Yep, she did. The dictator in Italy during World War II. That's who started fascism, but basically it's really strong nationalism with where your main priority is the state. The state is what you serve. The state is why you are there. Like, the nation is why you are there. It's you find individuality through the nation is basically what they say. They do try to make it so that what the hell was I gonna say? I had something going on, but then I lost it. There we go. Oh yeah, I was gonna say they usually put most of like corporations and stuff. The government is in charge of the corporations usually, but it is also privately owned, but the government has hard control over what the corporations do, basically. Fascism. Yeah, Benito Mussolini is the founder. Fascism, political ideology and mass movement that dominated many parts of Central and Southern and Eastern Europe between 1919 and 1945, and that also had adherents in West Europe, the United States, South Africa, Japan, Latin America, and the Middle East. Europe's first fascist leader, Benito Mussolini, took his name from this party from the Latin word fascis, which refers to a bundle of ellum or rich or birch rods, usually containing an axe. Yeah, if you look up what the like sign for Benito's fashion, or like Mussolini's fascism, it'll come up. I'll show you it right now. Symbol of fascist party, right there. See, right there. You can, if you can see it on the screen here, I'll pull up images. Yeah, that's the symbol of the fascist party. And it's about like the bundle of sticks reference is that it's stronger, united, than if it was just one single stick. That's why they did that. Used as a symbol of penal authority in ancient Rome. Yeah, fascist belief does take a lot of stuff from ancient Rome. They did believe that ancient Rome was one of the greatest societies, and they wanted to reenact what ancient Rome was. So, like, if you look at I'm not saying that they're exactly the same, Nazism and fascism, but if you look at Nazism, they called themselves the Third Reich because the First Reich was ancient Rome, was like the Roman Empire. Significantly. Although fascist party and movement differed significantly from one another, they had many characteristics in common, including extreme materialistic nationalism, concept for electoral democracy, and political and cultural liberalism, a belief in natural social hierarchy and the rule of elites, and the desire to create I don't know what that word is, but it's the German word for people's community, in which individual interests would be subordinated to the good of the nation. Yeah. They think that you find true individuality through the nation, basically. And that's not me saying it. That's directly from, I'm not a direct quote, but like directly from Mussolini. He says that in his book, The Doctrine of Fascism. So I'm not just making this up. That's what he says. All right, let's go on to the next one. Fascism. Libertarianism. I used to be a libertarian. Now I'd consider myself more of a paleo-conservative, probably, but libertarianism. This is, like, they use this sign a lot, the don't tread on me snake, which that actually comes from the Gadsden flag that was originally in the ports in America during the Revolutionary War. They used it in the ports. So here we go. What was I gonna... Libertarianism. Let's go to a different website. Maybe not this one. Stanford. Libertarianism is a family of views in political philosophy. Libertarians take individual freedom as a paramount political value and understand concretion to be to be the antithesis of that freedom. While people can be justifiably people can justifiably be forced to do certain things. Most adversely to refrain from infringing the liberty of others. They cannot be concerned to serve the good of other members of society, nor even their own personal good. Yeah, so what was I gonna say? Like, Ayn Rand is one of the big heads of libertarianism. There's a few others. Murray Rothbard. I actually have one of his books. Actually, Murray Rothbard is like the founder of anarcho-capitalism, which is just a really hardcore version of libertarianism. It's like the extreme of libertarianism. I have it right here. Somewhere. It's pretty small. I like the art cover of it. It's pretty cool looking. But yeah, we'll probably get into anarcho-capitalism further down the iceberg. But libertarianism is like the first pillar into anarcho-capitalism. And I don't know who it's going to say is the founder of libertarianism. There's a lot of people who you could contribute that to. Joseph de Jacquille. I don't really know who that is. We can look him up though. Copy. But basically what libertarianism is trying to put the individual liberties first before governance, basically. And it's really hard, really loves capitalism, doesn't like taxation, doesn't like anything like that, which I get. I understand it completely. I used to be a really hardcore libertarian. Yeah, I was going to say it's probably what the first one was going to be, like an anarcho-communist. Yeah. Because that was where the word first came from, was like anarcho-communists called themselves libertarian, but then like the new form of libertarian, which is like American libertarianism, definitely is not communist. So it changed quite a bit, but it believes that the individual is the main structure of society, and that's how it should be spread out. All right, enough about libertarianism. Let's go into the next ones. Monarchism. Yep, that's just where the king rules. Pretty easy. But let's see what the internet has to say about it. Monarchism. I don't know. There's a lot of people like Hans Hermann Hoppe. He's a anarcho-capitalist, but in his book, what's it called? In his book, Democracy, the God That Failed, he actually argues that monarchy is a better form of governance, even in like ways of freedom, than than like democracy or even like a republic, like a constitutional republic with the elected democratic officials, you know, like democratically elected officials. He thinks that monarchism is better, and he explains the reason why. One of the reasons why, he has many reasons why, but he explains that in monarchism, the ruler actually owns his country instead of the way with democracy is where the ruler just kind of is there. He's kind of like renting the space almost, so he's not going to treat it as well as someone who owns it, you know? Like, if you rent a place, you're not going to treat it as well as if you own the place. You're going to actually fix the problems in the place, rather than if you don't own it and you're renting it, then you're going to either call your landlord and have them come and fix it, so therefore the owner is actually the one who is fixing it, or you are going to just let it be fucked up forever, you know? So that's his argument on why monarchy is better than like democracy. But there's a few other ones that he says. Other ones that he says is that it's easier to overthrow the king than it is to overthrow the system of democracy. But let's get into monarchism. I'm kind of going on a rant that doesn't really have anything to do with it. I mean, it does a little bit. Support for the principle of having a monarch as the ruler of a state. Yeah, it's basically just having a king. Not much more that you can say about it. Let's go to the next one. Oligarchy. Oligarchy would be where a small group of people control the whole system. It's just like a bunch of elites controlling the masses, basically. That's kind of what we have right now, I would say, in America. Let's look at what the internet has to say, though. Oligarchy. I like how when I'm typing this stuff in now, since I've been looking up so many different political ideologies and stuff, that it just brings up the first search result is a political ideology. But a small group of people having control of a country, organization, or institution. Yep. See, I explained it exactly how the internet said. Not really much more to say about it. That's kind of the whole thing. Let's see. Would there really be a founder of oligarchy? But let's see. This is probably him just like coming up with the word oligarchy, not actually the founder of oligarchy, because oligarchy has probably been a thing since like before history, you know, before like written history. Robert Michaels. The Iron Law of Oligarchy. Yeah, so that is the person who defined what oligarchy was at first. Oh shit! There's a bunch of people in the chat. I mean, who are viewing now. I got 5 viewers. How's it going? We're just looking at this iceberg meme, and I'm just looking up all of the political ideologies in the iceberg meme. Right now, we are at oligarchy, which I already explained was where a small group of people, I explained it before I looked it up, but a small group of people having control over a country, organization, or institution. That's basically all that an oligarchy is. So let's move on to the next one. Anarchy. I like how they put anarchy right after oligarchy. That's kind of funny. They've been doing that a lot where it's like the contrasts between each other. So anarchy is if you look at like the origins of anarchy, it would be like communist anarchy, but anarchy, like just the word, basically means without a ruler or without a hierarchy, which I don't think could actually be a thing, but because in any system there's going to be someone who rules. There's going to be a hierarchy. Even like in capitalism, there's a boss. If you look at a lot of communist places which are trying to get to where there's no ruler, there's always a ruler. There's a dictator of some sorts, you know. So anarchy. So this is like the word that people use, like a state of disorder. A state of disorder due to absence or non-recognition of authority or of controlling systems. Yeah, so anarchy is basically just like the absence of a ruler. All right, let's go on to the next one because it's going to get into more in-depth, like actual ideologies of anarchy, so I don't want to get into those yet. So neoconservatism. We defined what neoliberalism was up here, and that's basically just like liberalism at a global scale. So neoconservatism is kind of like the aim to make the whole globe become a neoliberalism. What the fuck? If you get what I'm saying. So neoconservatism is mainly like a American thing, where I don't like neoconservatism. There is some people who fucking love it, like Ben Shapiro and shit, but neoconservatism is where we basically send our troops in to other countries to try to enforce like democracy and freedom, which kind of is fucking funny. We're like, we come in there so that we can enforce democracy and freedom. Fucking crazy. But yeah. We'll look up what the internet has to say about it though. Neoconservative. Relating to or denoting a return to a modified form of traditional viewpoints, in particular a political ideology characterized by emphasis on free market capitalism and interventionalist foreign policy. So yeah, it's basically trying to enforce neoliberalism is the best way that I could describe it. Let's see what this has to say. Is that Margaret Thatcher right there? No, that wasn't Margaret Thatcher. But like, variant of political ideology of conservatism that combines features of traditional conservatism with political individualism and a qualified endorsement of free market. Neoconservatism arose in the United States in the 1970s among intellectuals who shared a dislike of communism and a disdain for counterculture of the 1960s, especially in its political radicalism and its animus against authority, custom, and tradition. Damn, I keep gaining and losing some fucking viewers. This is annoying. But yeah, so neoconservatism basically is just trying to enforce neoliberalism. That's what I would say it is. All right, let's go on to the next one. Trumpism. This is just a word that's just trying to fucking make fun of basically like people who support Trump. It's like a way of them saying that people who are supporters of Trump are fascists, or like what Trump is doing is fascist, which it isn't, but let's look at this. Oop, pressed an O instead of a P. Maybe it's the meaning in Hindu, but I doubt it, what they're going for here. Trumpism is the political ideology, social emotions, style of governance, political movement, and a set of mechanisms for autocratization and authoritarianism that are associated with Donald Trump. Basically, yeah. It's just a word to say that Donald Trump's a fascist. That's all it fucking is. There's nothing really intelligent about it. It's just, like, it's just a word to make fun of Trump, basically, and say that he's a fascist. Nazism. You all know what Nazism is. Nazism. Nazism is a form of fascism which, with disdain for liberal democracy and the parliamentary I can't fucking say that word. Parliamentary systems. Fuck, that was hard for me to say. It incorporates a dictatorship, fervent anti-Semitism, anti-communism, anti-Sylvanism, scientific racism, white supremacy, social Darwinism, and the use of eugenics into its creed. Yeah, so Nazism, everyone knows what it is. It's fucking what Hitler did. I mean, there was other Nazi parties outside of the German Nazi party, but like everyone knows what Nazism is. It's not that hard. Marxism, Leninism. So this is basically just gonna say it's Lenin's way of becoming, like, going into a communist state, which Lenin thought that going into a communist state you had to have a continuous revolution. There is like no stopping the revolution. It always had to be going, is basically what Lenin believed. So it was like an end, like a means with no ends. It wasn't going to happen. He thought that there always had to be a revolution for communism to work, basically. Yeah, that's Vladimir Lenin. Leninism. Leninism is a political ideology developed by Russian Marxist revolutionary Vladimir Lenin that proposed the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat led by a revolutionary vanguard party as the political prelude to the establishment of communism. Yeah. It's basically just an extension of Marxist communism. It's like the way that Lenin wanted to enforce communism. That's all. Bull moose progressivism. Bull moose progressivism is a term for the first progressive party back like with Theodore Roosevelt and stuff. Bull moose progressive Party in the United States. Man, the Progressive Party in the United States was really short-lived. 1912 to 1920. Only 8 years. What time is it? 5 o'clock? We'll probably get the next, like the third row, and then we'll be done for today. After the third row. Wait, which row am I on? Am I on the second row? Yeah, I'm on the second row. We'll go through the third row, because this is where it gets to stuff that I don't know about. Everything else I know about, basically. Except for maybe plutocracy. I don't know about plutocracy. Bull Moose Party, formerly a Progressive Party. Alright, U.S. dissident political factors that nominated former President Theodore Roosevelt as its candidate in the presidential election of 1912. The formerly named and generally objective of the party were reviewed 12 years later, opposing the entrenched conservatism of the regular Republican Party, which was controlled by President Howard. A National Republican Progressive League was organized in 1911 by Senator Robert M. LaForest. I don't know who that is, of Wisconsin. The group became the Progressive Party the following year, and on August 7th, 1912, met in conversion and nominated Roosevelt for president and Governor William Johnson of California for vice president, and it called for the revision of the political nomination machinery and the aggressive programs of social legislation. The party's popular nickname, Bull Moose, was derived from the characteristics of the strength and vigorous, often used by Roosevelt to describe himself. Yeah. Speak softly and carry a big stick. That type of shit. Let's see if it... Alright, that's it. Yeah, so Bull Moose progressivism is just the Progressive Party when Theodore Roosevelt was president, basically. Damn, only got one viewer now. I had quite a bit. I wish that they would have spoke in the chat. Let's see what the next one is. Feudalism. All right, so that is like, Russia before the Revolutionary War. I mean, not the Revolutionary War, before the Russian Revolution. That was like a form of feudalism. It's where landowners own Hello? Hey, what's up? Okay. Okay, sounds good. Oh, the plumbers are coming on Monday? Yeah. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Alright, you guys, I am back. Let's get into it. Alright, I'm back. We're gonna continue the iceberg. Let's pull it up. We were in like bull moose progressivism, and now let's go on to the next one. Feudalism. I already kind of explained what feudalism is, where it's like landlords own serfs who work for them, and then like it's usually in a matriarchy, and then there's landlords who own serfs, and then that's like the basic system that is ran. And then like the serfs till the fields, they do all like the farming and stuff. I thought that I spelled that wrong for a second. Feudalism. I wonder if there's anyone who fucking came onto my YouTube stream at all yet. Nope. No one's on the YouTube stream. Usually when I'm talking about politics, someone's on the YouTube stream, but maybe it's because it's not an actual like a story in politics today. It's more of me just talking about political theory. Alright. Feudalism, the dominant social system in medieval Europe in which the nobility held land from the crown in exchange for military service. The vassals were in turn tenants of the nobles, while the peasants, villagers or serfs, were obligated to live on their lord's land and give him homage, labor, and share of the product. Yeah, so what I just said, basically. Let's see what this has to say right here. Feudalism, also called feudal system or feudality. French, I don't know how to speak French. I don't know how to pronounce that. Constructs, historical construct, disdaining the social, economic, and political conditions in Western Europe during the early Middle Ages. The long stretch of time between the 5th and 12th century, feudalism and the related term feudal system are labeled are labels invented long after the period to which they were applied. They refer to what those who invented. They refer to those what those who invented them perceived as the most sufficient and distinctive characteristics of the early and central Middle Ages. The expression feudality and feudal systems were coined by the beginning of the 17th century. The English word for feudality and feudalism, feudal pyramid, were used by the end of the 18th century. They were derived from the Latin word feudalum and feudalities. I don't know what that means. Both of which were used during the Middle Ages and later to refer to a form of property holding used use of the term associated with feudal and denote the essential characteristic of early Middle Ages has invested the fear with extracted prominences and placed under emphasis on the importance of special mode of land tenure to the determinant of other more sophisticate abstracts of social, economic, and political life. Alright, so I basically described what it is. We don't need to go further into it. Pretty simple, pretty easy to understand. All of these ones that were up here were pretty simple and pretty easy to understand. Third way. Third way is basically just like fascism or Nazism, basically. So the term comes from like, there's a third way that you can govern, because there was capitalism and there was, here. I don't know if you, yeah, you can see it on the stream. Third way is basically like fascism, I would say. But the term comes from that there was a third way instead of communism or capitalism, that there was also fascism, and that was the third way. So let's look into it. I bet that that's exactly what it's going to say. There might be more, but... maybe I was wrong. Oh no, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong about that. Oh man, I was definitely wrong. What the fuck? Weird. Shit. That's embarrassing. Third way. In politics, a proposed alternative between the two... But I was wrong about it being fascism, but... Oh. Social democracy to fascism. Here, let's read what it has to say, though. Alternative between the two hierarchical dominant modes, mainly left-wing and right-wing political groups. Historically, the term third way was used to refer to a variant of form of government from Nordic social democracy to fascism. Oh, I was right that it was a way to refer to fascism. Yep. Never wrong, bro. I'm never wrong. At the end of the 20th century, however, it acquired a more specific meaning when the British sociologist Anthony Giddens used to describe an alternative to neoliberalism and social democracy in an era of globalization. The term third way may be applied to refer to a new and distinctive political program, to a new political economy, and to a new concept of social justice, and by many of its critics to a center-left capitalization and neoliberal globalization. The third way was associated most certainly with the new Labor administration of Tony Blair, who served as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom from 1997 to 2007. It also was associated with, less directly, with a number of certain left administrations, nobility, those of President Bill Clinton. Yeah. Okay, so there's a bunch of different things that you can say third way was. Alright, that makes sense. So I wasn't wrong, but I also wasn't right. Let's watch a video on third way, because it's kind of confusing. Oh, I already have YouTube opened up. Bro, I can't wait for me to get an Ethernet cable because my stream is fucking glitching out hard, it looks like. That might be why a bunch of people left too. 1 second. Let's watch a video on third way. That way I can get a better understanding of it, because this one I thought I knew, but it seems like I didn't know. Third way explained.
What is the third way? The third way is a centrist political position that attempts to reconcile right-wing and left-wing politics by advocating a varying synthesis of center-right economic policies with center-left social policies.
Center-right.
The third way has been promoted by advocating a varying synthesis of center-right economic policies with center-left social policies. The third way has been promoted by social liberal and social democratic parties.
Okay.
In the United States, a leading proponent of the third way was Bill Clinton.
I think I want to nominate this award to my Reformed Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton. Thank you.
What the fuck?
The third way supports
That
the
kid's
pursuit of
funny as
greater
fuck.
egalitarianism in society through action to increase the distribution of skills, capacities and productive endowments while rejecting income redistribution as the means to achieve this. It emphasizes commitment to balanced budgets, providing equal opportunity which is combined with an emphasis on personal responsibility, the decentralization of government power to the lowest level possible, encouragement and promotion of public-private partnerships, improving labor supply, investment in human development, preservation of social capital and protection of the environment. The third, center-left social policies.
Center-right and
The
center-left
third way has
social
been
policies.
promoted by
Okay, so there's another way that you can describe third way, and that would be so there's the first way that I just said, which would be like fascism almost. And then there's the second way, which is like a combination of center right and center left, of center right like economic policies, and center left social policies, which was like adopted by Bill Clinton and stuff. So that's the other way that you can interpret third way. Plutocracy. Plutocracy, I have no idea what plutocracy is, so we're gonna have to actually look up what plutocracy is. I wonder if it's going to be like Plato's Republic. I wonder if that's what plutocracy is like governance from a philosopher, you know? I wonder if it's going to be like basically what Plato's Republic is. Maybe it's not, but I don't know what plutocracy is. Yeah, so here, let's see. Plutocracy. I've never heard of it. Government by the wealthy. Huh. Okay. Plutocracy is government by the wealthy? A country or society governed by the wealthy. Not what I thought it was. All right. Let's look. Let's go look up more about plutocracy then. Plutocracy from ancient Greek, wealth. Okay, so the plutocracy comes from the ancient Greek word wealth. Plutocracy is a society that is ruled or controlled by people of great wealth or income. The first known use of the term in English dates from 1631. Unlike most political systems, plutocracy is not rooted in an established political philosophy. Okay. So it's just if you're wealthy, then you control the government? Okay. Pretty easy to understand. I thought that it was going to like relate back to Plato's Republic or something, but nope, I was wrong. Plutocracy, and then Zionism. Zionism is just trying to keep the state of Israel, is basically what it is. Zionism is the form of trying to keep the state of Israel. Zionism. Zionism, a movement for originally the reestablishment and now the development and production of a Jewish nation in which is now Israel. It was established as a political organization in 1897 under Theodore Herzl. and was later led by Chairman Wizerman. Chairman Wizerman. Why did I say chairman? But yeah, so it's just to try to try to keep the state of Israel. It can have a lot of evil connotations to it, though. Zionism is the movement for the self-determination and statehood for the Jewish people in their ancestral homeland, the land of Israel. The vast majority of Jews around the world feel a connection or kinship with Israel, whether or not they explicitly identify as Zionists, and regardless of their opinion on the politics of the Israel government. Yeah, so it's just like Jews wanting to keep Israel a state. That's basically what it is. And a lot of Zionists try to use like American money to fund Israel in their efforts against Palestine and stuff. That's what it is. Which I think we should not be giving any money to Israel. But I also think that we shouldn't be giving any money to any fucking country. I don't think we should be giving money to Ukraine. I don't think we should be giving money to Israel. I don't think that we should be giving money to fucking Iraq. I don't believe that we should be giving money to anywhere. I think that we should just keep to ourselves, my guy. All right, here we go. Anarcho-capitalism. Oh. All right. This was founded by Murray Rothbard. Rothbard. Right here, this is The Anatomy of the State. I already brought this book out, but Murray Rothbard, he's the founder of anarcho-capitalism. It's basically just like an extreme form of libertarianism where they don't want any form of government and they want capitalism to be the economic way of the world. And they believe that the best way to do that is through getting rid of the government. And they also want the government gone because they believe in individuals over government. So let's go to why did I whoops, I forgot to put a H right there. I don't feel like reading fucking feel like reading this. Anarcho-capitalism, political philosophy and political economic theory that advocates the voluntary exchange of goods and services in a society broadly regulated by the market rather than by the state. Anarcho-capitalism is rooted in classical liberalism, individual anarchism, and the 19th century Austrian School of Economics. Yeah, I did forget to say with the libertarianism that it's rooted in damn, bro, why does this stream keep fucking glitching out? It's pissing me off. But I did forget to say in the libertarian one that it's rooted in the Austrian School of Economics, whose first century adherents included the influential libertarian economist. Economist Ludwig von Mises and F.A. Hegel, Friedrich Hegel. Not Hegel, what the hell? Hayek, not Hegel. Hegel's way different. Hegel's not even an economist. I don't know why I said that, but Friedrich Hayek. Anarcho-capitalism changed changed other forms of anarchism by supporting private property and private institutions with significant economic power. Yeah, so Murray Rothbard was the one who coined the term anarcho-capitalism. If you want to, you should definitely read the book Anatomy of the State. It's a good introspective like analysis of the state in general, basically any form of governance. But yep, let's go back. I already knew about that one. Transhumanism. I don't even think that that's really a form of like political ideology. Transhumanism basically is just where you want to take like where you want to take like technology and combine it with humans, like basically to make cyborgs. That's really what it is, but let's see what it says on here. Transhumanism. Yeah, it's not even a form of political ideology. It's more of a form of like just a scientific movement and like philosophy, I guess. Maybe not even like, I wouldn't even maybe call it a philosophy. I don't know why it's on this iceberg, but whatever. Transhumanism. A philosophical and scientific movement that advocates the use of current and emerging technologies such as genetic engineering, cryonics, and artificial intelligence, and NATO technology to such as genetic engineering, cryonics, artificial intelligence, and NATO technology, or nanotechnology. I don't know why the fuck I kept saying NATO. Nanotechnology to augment human capabilities and improve the human condition. Yeah, so it's not really even a political ideology. It's just trying to use technology to like make humans. It's basically a way of trying to make humans evolve through technology. All right. I don't know why it's on this list. Let's go to the next one. Political Islamism. I would just assume that that's a form of Islam, where they want Islam to be the political, like the way that, like the form of political ideology. I would just assume that it's where they want Islam to dictate politics, basically. Oh wait, was it political Islamism? Political Islam is a modern phenomenon that seeks to use religion to shape the political system. Its origins lie in the perceived failure of the secular ideologies of nationalism and socialism to deliver on their promises of anti-imperialism and prosperity. So Yeah, it's basically just trying to use the religion of Islam to shape politics. Pretty simple. Islamism, also called political Islam, broad set of political ideologies that utilizes and draws inspiration from Islamic symbols and traditions in pursuit of a social political objective. The aims and object of these movements vary widely, as do the interpretations of Islamic tradition and practices. Yeah, so it's just trying to have Islam as the main source of governance. That's what I assumed. Trotskyism. Trotskyism is just a form of communism that Theodore Trotsky came up with. Or is his name Theodore Trotsky? I think it is. Or Lenin Trotsky. I don't know why I said Theodore Trotsky. Lenin Trotsky. Trotskyism meant the idea that the Russian proletariat might win the power in advance of Western proletariat, and that in the case it would not confine itself within the limits of democratic dictatorship, but would be compelled to undertake into instant social measures. That's kind of like a jumble of words. Oh man, you can listen to the article?
Trotskyism. Trotskyism, a Marxist ideology based on the theory of permanent revolution first expounded by Leon Trotsky, 1879–1940,
Oh, yeah,
one of the
his
leading
is the
theoreticians
one
of the Russian
permanent
Bolshevik
revolution.
Party and a leader in the Russian Revolution. Trotskyism was to become the primary theoretical target of Stalinism, Q.V., in Russian communist circles in the 1920s and 1930s. Trotsky's theory of
Trotskyism
permanent
was one.
revolution held that his
Yeah, so Trotskyism. Trotskyism is the Marxist ideology of Leo Trotsky, who thought that the way of communism was through permanent revolution. He thought that the revolution could never end. He thought that you had to constantly have a proletariat revolution against capitalism, and that's what Trotskyism is. All right, now we're on to anarcho-communism. Anarcho-communism. Oh, who was the founder of anarcho-communism? He had a nice beard. He wrote the book Conquest of Bread, I think. Oh, fuck, I can't think of his name. Anarcho-communism. Whoa. I don't like this one. It's hard for me to see. I don't like this one either. It's hard for me to see. And you have to unlock it. That's gay. Let's try this one. Okay, that's way too long for me to read right now for you guys. Here. Let's try this one. Okay, yeah. There we go. This one's way better to read. I can actually see it. Read more. Yeah. Yep, I was right. It was founded by the guy who wrote Conquest of Bread. I think that's the name of the book, but Peter I don't know how. Korpotin. I don't know how the fuck to say his name. Actually, Call Me Ezekiel has a good video on this. He also has a good video on anarcho-capitalism. Actually, I might watch those. They're pretty long, though. I don't know. All right. Oh, this is like his life. I don't want to read about his life. I want to read about of anarchist theory known as anarchist communism. Kropotkin, I don't know how, and his followers went beyond Bakunin collectivism, arguing not only that the means of production should be owned cooperatively, but that there should be complete communism in terms of distributization. This theory, we're gonna go here. I'm gonna actually look up Call Me Ezekiel's video about this because it's a pretty good video. I wonder if it'll be one of the first ones to pop up. Yep, Call Me Ezekiel right there.
The state is the greatest evil of our time.
And then
no criminal enterprise in human history, an enterprise of theft, murder, and genocide, has ever been as successful as the state. What other institution can declare its own thefts to actually be taxation made for the benefit of its victims? What other institution can murder its own citizens and call that justice meant?
So, anarcho-capitalism is basically just like an extreme form of like democracy, where everyone votes on how much goods are going to what product and everything. So everyone votes, and then it goes throughout this, like, you vote on which goods are going to be produced and where, you know. It seems really, really, really hard to actually
protect them. If you agree with any of this, then you are an anarchist. But anarchism only describes what you're against, not what you're for. So to determine what you are for, you must answer this question. Is money, capitalism, force, or is it consent? If you answer that money is force, then you are an anarcho-communist. So you can call me Ezekiel. This is anarcho-communism. Let's jump in. Those in our audience of the right-wing persuasion might be balking at the word communist right now. It makes you imagine gulags, poverty, and worst of all, bad architecture. You wouldn't be totally wrong to make that association either.
True that.
However, you're making an etymological mistake.
But also,
when we think of communism,
nowadays
we usually think of statist communism,
like
Stalinism, Leninism, Maoism.
Like the architecture that we have nowadays, which would be kind of like a why can't I think of the word? Fuck. Postmodern architecture is basically what we have now. I guess no. The architecture that we have now is more of a modern architecture, but there's some things that are postmodern architecture which are really ugly. Like postmodern art is really
all derived from
ugly
Marxism.
too.
We make this association because it was the statist Marxists who beat out their anarchist rivals for dominance of the left. Long before any right-winger ever heard of Marxism or class consciousness, the great enemy of the Marxists were other leftists. In fact, much of Marx's writings were not primarily directed against the capitalist system. He was so convinced that the argument against capitalism was won that communist victory was not just likely, but a proven scientific fact.
Loser.
So in anticipation of that global communist revolution, Marx saw much of his mission as one to make sure that the kind of communism that took over would be statist. This made the anarchists into the main target of Marx's writings. While in the end the anarchists lost this battle, it's not because they were pushovers. Here's Mikhail Bakunin attacking Marx and Engels' vision of a statist communist future. In the people's state of Marx, there will be, we are told, no privileged class at all. All will be equal, not only from the juridical and political point of view, but from the economic point of view. At least that's what is promised, though I doubt very much, considering the manner in which it is being tackled and the course it is desired to follow, whether that promise could ever be kept. There will therefore be no longer any privileged class, but there will be a government, and note this well, an extremely complex government, which will not content itself with governing and administering the masses politically, as all governments do today, but which will also administer them economically, concentrating in its own hands the production and the just division of wealth, the cultivation of land, the establishment and development of factories, the organization and direction of commerce, finally, the application of capital to production by the only banker, the state. All of that will demand an immense knowledge, and many heads overflowing with brains in this government. It will be the reign of scientific intelligence, the most aristocratic, despotic, arrogant, and contemptuous of all regimes. There will be a new class, a new hierarchy of real and pretended scientists and scholars, and the world will be divided into a minority ruling in the name of knowledge and an immense ignorant majority. And then...
Bro, when I was watching this guy, I never realized that he was definitely autistic until he fucking posted a video, like a face cam video. And I was like, oh shit, this guy's autistic as fuck. Just like his mannerisms and his face.
Woe
I was
betide
like,
the massive
this guy's
ignorant
autistic
ones.
For sure.
Such a regime will not fail to arouse very considerable discontent in this mass, and in order to keep it in check, the enlightened and liberating government of Marx will have need of a not less considerable armed force. For the government must be strong, says Engels, to maintain order among these millions of such action. When he was shown a rough draft of railways between Moscow and Petersburg, he seized a ruler and drew on the map of Russia a straight line between the two capitals. The Warsaw Company and that of Paris Belfort can act in harmony without giving themselves the luxury of a common commander. Why, in the midst of our societies, constituting of groups of free workers, should we need a government? You know, until the end, that sounded downright ANCAP. So keeping up with the theme of anarcho-communists sometimes sounding like free market of railways, nothing. No minister of railways, no dictator, not even a continental parliament, not even a directing committee. Everything is done by contract.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that when I first started talking about it, is that a lot of the ways that you would get stuff done is that it would be contracts from like the railroads. Like the people who live there would contractually make an agreement on that they're going to build the railroads and like what's going to be going through the railroads, who's going to get what, you know.
So we ask the believers in the state, who pretend that we can never do without a central government, were it only for regulating the traffic. We ask them, but how do European railways manage without them? How do they continue to convey millions of travelers and mountains of luggage across a continent? If companies owning railways have been able to agree, why should railway workers who would take possession of railways not agree likewise? And if Petersburg Warsaw Company and that of Paris Belfort can act in harmony without giving themselves the luxury of a common commander, why, in the midst of our societies, constituting of groups of free workers, should we need a government?
Yeah.
You know, until the end, that sounded downright ANCAP.
The Conquest
so keeping up
of Bread.
With the theme of
I actually haven't read
sometimes
this
sounding
book,
like
but
free marketeers, here's a quote that libertarians of all
it.
persuasions will agree with. In the United States, in the democracy that authoritarians hold up to us as an ideal, the most
Okay, so basically anarcho-communism on here. Anarcho-communism is like not having a government, and that you all share the means of production, and you do that through democratic votes and writing up contracts, basically. Maoism is just like the Chinese revolutionary Mao, you know, his form of communism. I mean, it's pretty easy, but we'll talk about it. We'll look it up right now. Wait, did I spell his name wrong? Damn it. Yeah, I did. Mao Zedong, yeah, Mao Zedong, is a doctrine to the capture state power through a combination of armed insurgency, mass mobilization, and strategic alliance. The Maoists also use propaganda and disinformation against the state, institution, and other components of their insurgence doctrine. Maoism. So there's also like the what's it called? Revolution. Why can't I think of the term? Fuck, bro. It keeps glitching. But he had a is it gonna show it in here? Like a cultural revolution, you know? So it was like I don't think that it says anything about the Cultural Revolution. I like this website
Maoism.
because I can just
Maoism,
listen
Chinese,
to it.
Pinyin, Mao Zedong Xixiang or Wade Giles romanization, Mao Zedong Ssu Sang, Mao Zedong thought, doctrine composed of the ideology and methodology for revolution developed by Mao Zedong and his associates in the Chinese Communist Party from the 1920s until Mao's death in 1976. Maoism has clearly represented a revolutionary method based on a distinct revolutionary outlook not necessarily dependent on a Chinese or Marxist-Leninist context. The first political attitudes of Mao Zedong took shape against a background of profound crisis in China in the early 20th century. The country was weak and divided, and the major national problems were the reunification of China and the expulsion of foreign occupiers. The young Mao was a nationalist, and his sentiments had been strongly anti-Western and anti-imperialist even before he became attracted to Marxism-Leninism about 1919-20. Mao's nationalism combined with a personal trait of combativeness to make him admire the martial spirit, which became a cornerstone of Maoism. Indeed, the army held an important position both in the process of creating the Chinese revolutionary state and in the process of nation-building. Mao relied on army support in conflicts with his party in the 1950s and 60s. Mao's political ideas crystallized slowly. He had a mentality that was opportunistic and wary of ideological niceties. The Marxist-Leninist tradition regarded peasants as incapable of revolutionary initiative and only marginally useful in backing urban proletarian efforts. Yet Mao gradually decided to base his revolution on the dormant power of China's hundreds of millions of peasants, for he saw potential energy in them by the very fact that they were poor and blank. Strength and violence were, he thought, inherent in their condition.
That's funny.
Proceeding from this, he proposed to instill in them a proletarian consciousness and make their force alone suffice for revolution. There was no significant Chinese proletariat, but by the 1940s Mao had revolutionized and proletarianized the peasantry. For a time after the creation of the Chinese Communist state in 1949, Mao Zedong attempted to conform to the Stalinist model of building socialism. In the mid-1950s, however, he and his advisors reacted against the results of this policy, which included the growth of a rigid and bureaucratic Communist Party and the emergence of managerial and technocratic elites, accepted in other countries, especially...
Yeah, no, but Mao has the most deaths under his belt out of anyone. So, I don't know if... There's a lot of people who are like, we need a Mao type to come... And it's like, what, bro? You're fucking crazy. You're fucking insane. But yeah, so Maoism is basically just the form of communism that Mao Zedong, Mao Zedong used when ruling China. Yep. So pretty easy to understand. I mean, there's a lot that you could go into it, but not enough for right now. Distributism? I assume that that's just like kind of a form of communism where you distribute all of the means of production, but like all of the capital and everything. Distributism. Oh, no. Is an economic system in which a country trades and industry and controlled by as many private owners as possible for the purpose of self-reliance for its citizens. Huh. Definitely not. I don't know. I wonder how you pronounce it. How to pronounce distributism?
Distributism.
Distributism. Okay, so I was right. It's distributism. But so let's get into this. This is not what I expected it to be. Huh, where's that website that I liked? It's not on here. Distributism is the name given to a socio-economic and political creed originally associated with G.K. Chesterton and Harry Bacon. Chesterton bowed to Bacon's premissions and the ideology. It doesn't say what it is right there. It's saying like how it became a thing. Since there are many ways distributing them might be helpful to provide a brief overview of central tenets of each of the Catholic Church. This is a weird one. This is a real weird one. Economic system in which countries trade and industry are controlled by many private owners as possible in pursuit of self-reliance for This one's weird. Oh, so it's a third way. It's like a version of a third way. Huh. Okay. Private property. Under such a system, most people would be able to earn a living without having to rely on the use of property of others to do so. Examples of people earning a living this way would be farmers who own their own land and related merchants, plumbers. Okay, so then, I don't quite get it. I don't quite get it. This one's weird. Enter. I want to see how it's pronounced. Pronunciation.
Hilaire Belloc.
Hilaire Belloc. Hilaire Belloc. Okay. So it was founded by Hilaire Belloc, who was a French English writer and historian. Hilaire Belloc. However, unlike socialism, which advocates state ownership of property and the means of production, distributism seeks to devolve or widely distribute that control to individuals within society, rejecting what is saw as the twin evils of plutocracy and bureaucracy. This one sounds really fucking hard to actually do. The ownership of the means of production should be spread as widely as possible among the general populace, rather than being centralized under the control of the state socialism, or few large businesses or wealthy private individuals. So then do they take from the wealthy at the beginning and then just distribute all of the capital and property and everything to everyone, and then they go, all right, let's go? That seems what it is. It seems. I'm gonna watch a video on this. This is pretty weird. Distributism. All right.
When you're launching a new
This
product
one
with a
seems
tight
really
deadline,
fucking weird, so I'm gonna watch a video so I
Grandma's
don't have
tone
to read
suggestions?
through a bunch of
This
articles.
video is about
to
the
figure it
economic
out.
theory of distributivism, or distributism.
Distributivism. Fuck.
People who call themselves distributivists believe that property ownership should be widespread. In other words, the middle class should be large. And specifically that people as individuals, or small groups, but mostly as individuals, should have access to the means of production. In other words, people should own tools and land. That is distributivism in a nutshell.
Huh.
This idea is interesting because it frames a goal without talking very much about how to get there. If you're a free market guy, you think that the state should stay out, free market competitors should rise to the top. If one of them ends up being bigger than all the others, whatever, the main thing is that the how is respected, and the how is through freedom
Because if
and
they
through
don't want,
commerce and
like,
through exchange and through competition.
socialism
That is how we
to
should
be
organize our
distributing
society.
it.
We're
It's
very focused on
confusing
how.
on how
If
the
you're a
how you
communist,
would
by
get to
contrast,
that way.
you think that, nasty corporations, nasty self-interest, what we want is the state to regulate stuff. We want state to own the means of production. We want to get rid of this private property thing, and then we can distribute things the way they should be. And that is roughly the idea. We care very much about a goal of a stateless society eventually somehow by means of the state. But the way we're going to get there is by controlling the means of production and taking that, because everyone has a right to bread. And so that's the idea. Both are arguing about how. Distributivism says, let's talk briefly about the goal. The ideas of distributivism come out mostly from Catholic social teaching from the 19th and 20th centuries. The main figures that you're going to find that talk a lot about this are G.K. Chesterton, who is a Christian apologist and children's book writer, prolific author.
I've never heard of him.
While I was visiting the UK, I had
Actually,
a
yes,
chance to
I
visit
have.
his gravesite.
Chesterton. Yeah, I have.
He wrote a number of books that I really like.
don't know
One of
what
them
his books
is
are,
called
though.
The Man Who Was Thursday, which is a metaphysical crime thriller. That's a genre for you. He wrote lots and lots and lots of stuff. And some of these books, including one called Tales of the Longbow, start to play with this idea of distributivism, that we want a strong, you want to use the English term for this, like England English, a strong yeoman class. In France, you might call them the paysan class. Peasant means something very different in English than it does in France. It's more like a yeoman, a small landholder. We want more of this. More individuals owning things, more individuals having control of their own
but how do
destiny,
you get to
more
that?
people being able to make a living with tools that they own themselves. G.K. Chesterton also had a friend, another French-English author named
And
Hilaire
how do you
Belloc,
prevent
who wrote
it
a
from
notable
becoming
book
to
called
where a bunch
The
of
Servile
people,
State. There's a slogan that G.K. Chesterton promoted, which I believe is 3 acres and a cow. That's what he wanted for people, is the ability to provide some of their own land for grazing food.
I mean,
and a
I
cow,
agree
providing
with,
the
like,
milk and
everyone
cheese,
should be able
and
to
that
have
you
all
had
that, but
access to
it's
this
hard to
directly,
get
not
to that.
intermediated through corporations or the state. I mean, if you want to live in the city, fine, but we want a strong, very large yeoman class with this kind of ideal arrangement. The American equivalent of that might have been 40 acres and a mule. Because distributivism is focused mostly on an end goal of having a strong yeoman class and yeowomen class, of individuals who own the means of production and the ways to make a livelihood. Another major thread in this idea of distributivism is a strong distrust of large institutions. So big corporations, can they exert tyranny? Do we like monopolies? If you're a distributivist, the answer is no. Big government that can exercise tyranny and direct lots of the details of your life. If you're a distributivist, do you like this? The answer is no. They want locality. And this comes largely from a Catholic idea called the principle of subsidiarity, which is that there is an ethical responsibility within any organization that if a small unit can handle a problem, they ought to handle it without passing it further up the chain. In other words, let's say that your little community can solve this problem, but it's kind of inefficient and kind of ugly, but it would be so much easier if this unit, just a bit bigger, you know, rather than the parish solving the problem, you went up to the diocese. If you went up to this higher unit, you could solve it easier, but there is an ethical responsibility to shove fixing that to the lowest unit that can reasonably handle the problem. There are some problems that you have to handle at taller units, maybe things like national defense, roads, those should go up a few levels. But let's say charity for the poor, let's get that to the lowest level that we can possibly get. Let's handle that within the parish if we can, and if we can't, we handle the problem at one level higher, and if we can't at that level, we go one level higher. We want to keep responsibility as pushed down close to the level of the individual as you can. So it's not really a way
of governance. It's more of like a philosophy on how
not always be lived up to.
It should be.
Maybe there's an accident and you can't provide your own bread. Okay? Let's solve that problem at the smallest unit that can, rather than pushing it up the chain. Because it doesn't focus so much on the means to achieve that goal, there's a great deal of flexibility in what kind of person can call themselves a distributivist. You could be a solid free market guy and say that monopolies are an aberration that's only ever caused by state involvement, and what we need is a strong middle class. You could do that.
True.
You could also say that, as many early distributivists did, that what we need is strong taxes that tax land to prevent speculation in land so that we can have a little bit more of a spreading out. Go full Grocki Brothers and have land reform. Both of those could call themselves distributivist because the key idea is a strong yeoman class. I find this idea personally extremely interesting because I have some natural leanings toward that kind of independence. I want a homestead someday. I want very much to be able to grow my own food and have solar panels on my roof and have a little bit more independence from the hecticness of life.
I get it as like a personal philosophy, but I don't understand how you would do it in a form of governance. Yeah. Okay, so distributism is just basically the belief that everyone should be able to own land so that they can produce their own shit. Okay. Cool. And it doesn't really explain the means to get there. Or like the way to get there, I guess. Okay, let's go on to the next one. That one's kind of confusing. Syndicalism. Ooh, syndicalism is really fucking hard to understand, actually. Syndicalism, I can't explain it right off the top of my head. A movement for transforming the ownership and control of the means of production and distribution to worker unions, influenced by Proudhon and by the French social philosopher Georges Sorel. Syndicalism developed in French labor unions during the late 16th century was the last most vigorous was at its most vigorous between 1900 and 1914. Syndicalism. It's kind of a form of socialism, but a little different. All right, we'll listen to this article.
Syndicalism.
Syndicalism is hard to explain. Damn.
Syndicalism, also called anarcho-syndicalism, or revolutionary syndicalism, a movement that advocates direct action by the working class to abolish the capitalist order, including the state, and to establish in its place a social order based on workers organized in production units. The syndicalist movement flourished in France chiefly between 1900 and 1914 and had a considerable impact in Spain, Italy, England, the Latin American countries, and elsewhere. It had ceased to be a strong, dynamic force by the end of World War I, but it remained a residual force in Europe until World War II. Syndicalism developed out of strong anarchist and anti-parliamentary traditions among the French working class. Greatly influenced by the teachings of the anarchist Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and the socialist Auguste Blanqui, it was developed as a doctrine by certain leaders of the French trade union movement toward the end of the 19th century. In France, syndicalism is known as syndicalisme révolutionnaire.
How's it going? You
The
guys
word
know
syndicalisme
what,
means
syndicalism
only
is?
trade unionism.
Have you ever heard of
Syndicalist
it?
tendencies manifested themselves with increasing strength during the 1890s in the two main French labor organizations of the period, the Confédération Générale du Travail, CGT, and the Fédération des Bourses du Travail. The secretary of the latter, Fernand Pelloutier, did much to work out the characteristic tenets of syndicalism and to spread them among his workers. When these two organizations joined forces in 1902, trade unionism, and syndicalism in particular, gained an immense accession of strength. The syndicalist, like the Marxist, was opposed to capitalism and looked forward to an ultimate class war from which the working class would emerge victorious. To the syndicalist, the state was by nature a tool of capitalist oppression and, in any event, was inevitably rendered inefficient and despotic by its bureaucratic structure. As an appendage of the capitalist order, then, the state could not be used for reform with peaceful means and must be abolished. The structure of the ideal syndicalist community was generally envisioned somewhat as follows.
We'll try to finish.
The unit of organization would be the local syndicat, a free association of self-governing producers. It would be in touch with other groups through the local Bourse du Travail, labor exchange, which would function as a combination of employment and economic planning agency. When all the producers were thus linked together by the Bourse, its administration, consisting of elected representatives of the members, would be able to estimate the capacities and necessities of the region, could coordinate production, and, being in touch through other bourses with the industrial system as a whole, could arrange for the necessary transfer of materials and commodities, inward and outward. In keeping with their conception of the state as a tool of capitalist oppression, the syndicalists shunned political means of achieving their goals.
Okay, so syndicalism is basically a form of communism, like based in Marxism, I guess, that where they try to give the means of production and everything to the unions, and then get rid of the state, basically. That's a really small mutinism. I don't even know how to pronounce that one. This is getting down to like where stuff that I don't know. How the hell did you even spell that? How the hell do you even spell that? All right. Mutualism. I assume is that
mutualism.
Mutualism. The doctrine that mutual dependency is necessary to social well-being. That doesn't really explain much. Mutualism.
Mutualism.
Come on, let's go. Are you gonna go? Come on. What the fuck are you doing?
Mutualism, association between organisms of two different species in which each benefits. Mutualistic arrangements are most likely to develop between organisms with widely different living requirements.
Wait, it's a...
Several well-known examples of
All right. So that was talking about like a... All right, we gotta go to like politics, because mutualism is an anarchist school of thought and economic theory that advocates a socialist society based on free markets. And what? A socialist society based on free markets? How the fuck is that supposed to... What? That doesn't make any sense. Occupation and use property norms. Huh. This is a weird one. In his philosophy of mutualism. All right. Mutualism as a practical system of anarchists through development from a search for equilibrium for the spontaneous balance of economic forces. At its most basic, mutualism is an ethical principle that the center of which is mutuality or reciprocity. The most important theoretic of mutualism is, of course, the French anarchist Pierre Joseph Proudhon, who developed a unique anti-authoritarian socialism in which federated workers and craftsmen would exercise local horizontal self-control, freed from the dominion of monopoly capital. In Proudhon's mutualism, individuals deal with one another as co-equal producers, as essentially economic actors, no one empowered to compel obligations. Proudhon's principles of mutualism and reciprocity, this respect for other co-equals, led him to something akin to libertarian law of equal freedom found in Herbert Spencer. I don't really know how this one would work. This one doesn't make any fucking sense. So you just get rid of the state, dissolve all like monopolies and big capitalists like businesses, and then just it's kind of like a way of how the other one, distributism, was. This is like kind of how you would get to that, I guess, is what it kind of seems like. Exercise your right, he says, so far as it does not injure the right of others. That's kind of like the NAP of like libertarian philosophy. But I mean, it's definitely not libertarian philosophy, but so we have discussed everywhere else. The influence of the radical liberal pioneers of classical theory, industrialist liberals like Charles Comet and Charles Duhigg is here clearly in evidence. The economic and political are in mutualism arrayed against one another as opposites. The political principles throwing economic forces out of balance, creating an unnecessary social destructive context between capital and labor. Thus, mutualism may be regarded as a species of socialism insofar as it seeks to socialize the means of production by way of federalism, free exchange, and free credit. Free credit? That's weird. Indeed, the mutual banking ideas of Prohan and William Batchelor Dinning may be the most distinctive and assuring ideas associated with mutualism more generally. So, yeah, it seems really fucking weird. I don't get it. So it's basically that you would dissolve all the capital and then distribute it out so that everyone can be back on equal foot, I guess. I don't know. The rights to use and benefit from property while the ownership of which belongs to another person. Okay. So someone else owns it, but you have the right to benefit from the property? That's weird. Let's copy. Let's watch a video on it. Paste, enter.
So in my last video titled The Debate That Split Anarchism, I expressed some comments about mutualism that were highly inaccurate, and today I want to clear up some of the misconceptions I created. In that video, I explained how modern mutualists aren't usually leftists and tend to join up more often with fascists and boogaloo boys than socialists and anarchists.
I like how he said fascists.
I also stated that they essentially believe in the tenets of capitalism, insinuating that they are the same as ANCAPs. I was wrong to say that. This was pure misinformation and was based in part by my desire to simplify these ideologies to fit a 30-minute long video, as well as my personal experience. Anecdotally, almost every mutualist or individualist anarchist that I have met, aside from a very small handful, have been right-leaning. Many of them come out of American libertarianism, or study Austrian economics, or even mingle in Rothbardian nonarchist/anarcho-capitalist circles, if you understand what any of those words mean. That isn't to say that all of them do, but that is what I have seen personally. I've also noticed that many people who used to call themselves anarcho-capitalists have since moved on to capitalism, which requires a state. But I could make an entire video about that. The point is that the anecdotes that I put out aren't reality.
A lot of like anarcho-communists say that capitalism requires a state to protect property rights, but I don't think that that's really that true.
And my opinion on mutualists is subjective to what I have seen.
I think that it's more likely that anarcho-communism requires a state because you need like a government to distribute capital, you know what I'm saying, to distribute the means of production, everything. But
so before
whatever.
we get into the meat of this video, I want to clear up that mutualists are not the same as anarcho-capitalists, they're not Nazis, and many of them are indeed leftists. Mutualism itself has a strong history in anarchism, and even though I personally disagree with it, it's important to study its many forms and make an informed opinion on it, and also to see what is good, what is useful, and what isn't. And that's what we're going to do today. We're going to be taking a look at the tenets of mutualism, how it was conceived, and some of my criticisms of the idea. So with all of that being said, let's jump into it. The history of mutualism dates back to the granddaddy of anarchism himself, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. Proudhon. He was the first person to officially call himself an anarchist way back during the middle of the 19th century, and created such popular positions as property is theft and anarchy is order, two positions that I believe are incredibly useful and in many ways true. Proudhon himself is an extremely interesting character, but for the sake of brevity, we'll skip the biography and jump right into how mutualism was conceived. During the 19th century, when Karl Marx, Bakunin, and all the other famous classic leftist figures were putting together the groundwork for what communism or anarchism could be, I can't believe that they didn't put Proudhon was studying the blade. No, I'm just kidding. Proudhon was actually working on a type of system that could relieve his home of France of the monopolistic central banking system and the grip on trade held by the aristocracy and capitalists through precious metals like gold. He believed that the liberty and free markets attested by the capitalists and their bourgeois system was always undermined by this overwhelming state structure that allowed for monopolistic behavior and the ability for the owner class to own and control the market. In his view, the tenets espoused by the liberals of liberty, freedom, and democracy could never truly come to fruition so long as the free exchange and association between people was unrealized. He's seen that there was a certain struggle between liberty and order, individualism and collective association, and sought to rectify that condition through his version of anarchy. Liberty was viewed as the full autonomy and freedom of the individual to free society meant dissolving such authoritarian...
Gotta kind of hurry through this, so... Mutualism is basically just getting rid of, like, the central banking system. It uses free markets, but also socialism. It's kind of hard to understand, I guess. Council communism. Let's go here. Council communism. Council communism is a current of communist thought that emerged in the 1920s, inspired by the November Revolution. Council communism was opposed to state socialism and advocated worker councils and council democracy. It is regarded as being strongest in Germany and the Netherlands during the 1920s. Okay, so council communism, I guess, is kind of just like where I would assume that like worker councils would be kind of like worker unions, and that's who would distribute the means of production, is they would take votes on how to distribute the means of production. That's what it looks like from here. Let's see who the founder was. Oh, well, doesn't really say. Leader Paul Paul Matic. All right, so like so it's just kind of like an organization that says that the way, it's like the way to, it's a form of communism where you have like council workers or like a worker council vote on how to distribute the means of production. Weird. A lot of these forms of communism just seem so fucking weird and don't make any sense to me. Pirate politics? What is that, just where you believe that you should steal everything? Is it just like the political thought of pirates? Pirate politics. Pirate politics is a label adopted by political parties around the world. Parties support civil rights, direct democracy, or alternatively protections in government reform of copyright and patent laws. Oh, so they want to get rid of okay, so that makes sense actually. So they want to get rid of copyright and patent laws to make them more flexible and open to encourage involuntary and creativity and free and open source of software, free sharing. So there is some forms of like libertarians who believe in getting rid of copyright law and stuff. So this could be, in a way, a form of libertarianism, but it seems, I don't know where, it's probably on the right. Huh. Yeah, it was, okay. So pirate politics is basically just trying to get rid of copyright laws and patent laws. Okay. Cool. Hey, Gabby, why didn't you come say bye to me when you left? Yeah, that's okay. You could have come and said bye. What's your question? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, it is a form of libertarian thought. Usually democratic ideology. So it's also democratic, which is kind of weird. Born in Sweden on the grounds of copyright reform. Yeah, so it's just trying to abolish copyright laws. What were you saying, Gabs? Oh. Yeah, I don't know, Gabs. I'd have to look at it. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Alright, Gabs. I'll see you later, okay? Yeah, probably going to Whitehall for a little bit. Yep. Oh, damn, only one viewer now. The other one must have left when I was taking a whiz. Alright, so the pirate politics is basically just trying to get rid of copyright law. That's pretty based, honestly. Agrarianism. I'll have to figure out even how to pronounce that. Agrarianism. Pronunciation.
If you live in Montana, you could lower your electric bill to less than $30 a month.
Bro, that would be so sweet. Why does it have to be so slow on?
Agrarianism.
Agrarianism. All right. Agrarianism, a social or political movement designed to bring about land reform or to improve the economic status of farmers. Land reform. I wonder what they mean by land reform, because you could mean that in a lot of ways. Like, are you getting rid of private property, or what are you doing here? Agrarianism is a political and social philosophy that promotes subsistence agriculture, small holdings, and egalitarianism, which with agrarian political parties normally supporting the rights of substantially of small farmers. So it's just a form of politics that's to help out small farmers. So I assume that they're trying to get rid of like these big corporations that own a bunch of land, like farmland, and they're going to try to give it back to small farmers. So like Bill Gates owning a bunch of farmland, they want to get rid of something like that and give it back to small farmers, which I understand, but I don't know exactly how you would do that. And smart growth. Avoid urban sprawling. Also, what many of advocates consider a risk of human overpopulation. When population occurs, all right. So then, philosophy. Farming is the sole occupation that offers total independence of self-sufferance. Urban life. Capitalism and technology destroy independence of dignity and foster vice and weakness. Okay, so it's kind of a communist form of government where its main basis is to try to help the farmers, I guess, and to give it back to small farmers. Yeah, okay. Primitivism. So that would be like kind of like Ted Kaczynski, where he wants people to not use technology. It would be like where you go back to primitive times, I guess. Anarcho-primitivism, yeah. So it's basically like Ted Kaczynski, which is the Unabomber. So I'll go find the Unabomber manifesto right here. Right here is probably one of the books that they really like. So it just kind of wants to get rid of industrial society, and it advocates for environmentalism. is an anarchist organization. Primitivism argues that the shift from hunter-gatherer to agricultural substance gave rise to social... Oh, so they don't like agriculture. They think that we should go back to hunter and gatherers. That's pretty crazy. All right. So primitivism basically wants to get rid of technology and have us go back to hunter and gather, like a hunter and gather society. All right. We're almost done with this one. Georgism. That is like a... That's a form of anarcho. I think it's like a little bit. Yeah, we'll see. How do you spell it? I've heard of this one before. I don't remember exactly how it works, though. Georgism is concerned with the distribution of economic rent caused by landlordship, natural monopolies, pollution rights, and control of the commons, including titles of ownership for natural resources and other constructive privileges. So it basically is saying Georgism is basically that people shouldn't own land, it looks like. The land is stupid. Oh, sorry, this page appears to have been moved. Let's look up a YouTube video. It seems easy to do. Seems like the easiest thing to do right now. Because I'm tired of reading and staring at a screen. Trying to read this, it's hurting my eyes. Georgism 101.
The air we breathe is naturally occurring, necessary for life, and available to everyone, regardless of race, gender, social class, politics, or country of origin. Nobody should have to pay to breathe air, because nobody invented air. Sounds reasonable, right? So why can't the same be said for land? Land, like the air,
so they
is
try
natural,
to get rid of,
necessary for life, available to everyone, and invented by nobody. So why do you pay to live on it? Assuming you do pay, given YouTube's demographics and the current housing market, you probably pay rent to a landlord instead of owning your own home. But anyway, seeing as though land is just as natural as air, why should people be allowed to wall some of it off and charge you to live on it? It'd be like owning a patch of air. This is the philosophy of Henry George, an American economist who lived from 1839 to 1897. Henry George saw that a lot of people were getting really rich off extracting value from the land, whether it be through being a landlord or from mining. Surely, as nobody invented land, it should equally belong to all members of society, like the air we breathe.
It's not like...
If you want to live on the land, wall it off and call it your home, you should expect the rest of society to respect
Then
that.
who owns the
Therefore,
land,
you should pay a tax
Would it
on
be
the value of the land
government?
you are trying to claim to pay for that protection from society. Because other people now don't have access to the land, they should be compensated for it. Land in the big cities is worth a lot.
It's basically what we have right now, where you have
more. But land in the middle of nowhere is worth very little,
property
so
taxes.
farmers won't be affected all too much. Henry George believed that a land value tax should be implemented on all land across the United States and replace all other taxes, like income tax or tariffs on imports. After the wealth was used to fund the government, whatever was left from that tax is to be shared out to society in the form of a citizen's dividend.
It's just where you
This
tax
solves
land.
4 problems he believed was hindering progress and keeping people in poverty. Number 1, income taxes. People would no longer need to give away what they have worked hard to earn to pay for the ways that those poor in society benefit more from the citizens' dividend. Land value tax is a progressive tax based on the unimproved value of the land. Businesses are regularly assessed for their value by the government anyway, so why not do the same for land? A land value inspector could be a good job for all those parasite
but I'm assuming that they want to tax it like
Georgism was
to an
immensely
extreme
popular
amount.
in the 1800s and early 1900s, with Henry George's manifesto, Progress and Poverty, being the best-selling.
Okay, so Georgism is basically where you just tax the land really extremely. Okay. Cool. Found that one out. Sounds pretty stupid. I don't like the idea of having to rent something that I own from the government. That's fucking stupid. But all right. Market socialism. What is this going to be like socialism but with a free market? So you distribute you don't distribute the means of production, but you distribute like the capital that was gained by the people who, I don't know. What was it called again? Market socialism. Market socialism. Market socialism is a type of economic system involving social ownership of the means of production with the framework. What the fuck? My ear, like. Oh, there we go. That was weird. Okay, here we go. It was like echoing in my ear when I was talking. It was fucking weird. All right. Market socialism is a type of economic system involving social ownership of the means of production. So it's social ownership of the means of production within the framework of a market economy. Various models for such a system exist, usually involving some mix of public, cooperative, and privately owned enterprises. Let's see who the founder of this is. Priya Barham is the founder of it. All right. And then simple definition. Market socialism is a theoretical concept of an economic system in which the means of production, capital, are publicly or collectively owned and oh fuck, my ear's doing that again. All right, right after this, I'm going to leave because it's the end of the... Hey! No. Why? No, why? Weird. No, we never had to get another key. Yeah, no, we never had to buy another key. That's never happened to us either. Alright, well, I'll see you later. Yeah, no, we didn't. Yep. Alright, I'll see you later. Bye, love you. Okay, so it's where the means of production is owned by the public, but then it's a market system. That doesn't really make any sense, but I'm gonna be done. I know, I just was finishing. All right.